Testing. Nice. Audio is working. Starting in about 1 minute. Okay. Face camera. Big screen. Good. All right. So jumping over to mainstream, and looks like we have 4 people, which is cool. And I've got this on the wrong screen. Okay, so in this video, we're going to be doing kind of the deforming paper that you would find in Harry Potter when looking at the newspapers. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to do a rough object solve of this paper. I tracked a couple points here so that we wouldn't have to do as many points in Syntheyes. I might be able to get a solve just with these 4, but if not, I will be adding just a couple extra here and there if I need it. So we're going to solve this as a static object moving camera. So meaning rather than solving a camera move along with a separate object solve, we're just going to treat the paper as the camera. So the paper is going to be sitting still in 3D space, and the camera is going to orbit around it. And the reason that we're doing this is because this is really just going to be a 2D shot. So it's not like we're having any dynamics or effects that are going to be affecting this paper. It's going to be just really a 2D comp, 2D texture, and good. And that's just going to be it. So we're going to solve this as a moving camera, a static object. And you'll notice I only tracked one side of it because I'm only doing this for the general move of this paper. And for the fine paper deformations and the other sheet of paper that's folding, I'm going to be doing that in Maya. So we're going to do a really basic little rig and some clusters and animated opening, opening and closing. So yeah, let's go ahead and get started on this. So first off, I'm just gonna say that I did set a backplate for myself. I had a preset, but I shot this on a Blackmagic Pocket Cinema 4K, and you could see I've entered in my backplate information. And is my mic still working? Yes, it is. That's good. Good times. So you can see that I've entered in the backplate, and the backplate is important for when we're entering in our focal length, which you could see over here. I've actually entered in 10, and I've switched to known, and that's all I've done, I promise. That's all I've done. So let's go ahead and start trying to solve this. So if I hit Shift G to solve, you could see in our windows up here that our camera is doing this massive arcing movement. And it makes sense because the paper is being turned and flipped. And because you could see the dots here, the paper is static, it's gonna act a little crazy. So this surprisingly solved. I actually did not expect it to. So if we look at it, the paper is flimsy. Syntheyes still was able to pull something roughly out of it. But let's see how bad it really is. I'm going to, let's change the trackers color that are on the crease of this paper to something like yellow. No, let's go bright blue. No, let's go yellow. Yellow's bright. Okay, so now I'm going to hit F4, go into my quad view, swap over to 3D, turn on whole, and start to orient the scene just to flatten it out. And by the looks of this, you can already see that those 4 points did not really solve as a rectangle like you'd expect. So this isn't very usable. So we're going to have to force these points. So how are we going to force this to solve correctly? There's a few ways, but I want to run through a couple things first. If I have a solve that's acting so poorly, usually I tend to first come and run down the hints here. So undirected, I'm gonna try something like left, right, up, or whatever. And what this is when you were doing an initial solve like I'm doing right now, um, which is the beginning and end frame, which I have also turned on. I'm sorry I lied to you earlier. I've changed the focal. I've added a backplate, and I also turned on the beginning and end frame. I promise no more skeletons in the closet. So, these two frames, these two starting frames, this is a process that all solvers go through. These two starting frames are basically picture your left and right eye. It's it's 2 points of it's two separate positions that when you view it objects from two separate angles, you can start to measure the distance between things, and that's photogrammetry, that's triangulation, and that's what kicks off solving, because you get this initial solve from two frames, and then you've kind of figured out some rough measurements between points, and then the program will go and start to solve every other frame and start refining it off of all those points and figuring out where things need to be. So I'm just gonna shift these around. So let's say I like this motion, these two angles of the paper right here. There's a nice free move between these 2 points. So between these two, I'm going to say it looks like the camera is tilting upwards. So I'm going to go upwards. And it looks like our points already did, like they spread out a little bit, but they're not perfect. So we're going to force these. So coming over here, I'm going to find a view of the paper where the paper is nice and flat and clean. So something like this. This looks as flat as I'm going to get this paper. So I'm going to run some perspective lines on the sheet. So to do that, I'm going to go over to the Lens tab, Add Line, and I don't like the grid showing. This grid is for distortion right here. I'm going to right click, clear that. I'm going to right click, view, and turn off Show Lens Grid. And now we're going to add some lines, and I'm going to treat this kind of like a Maya scene where you can see the Z line is pointing this way and X is pointing this way. So I kind of want my paper to be like this. So I'm going to go Z this way, X this way. So I'm going to go add line is on, and now I'm going to click and drag right here and on Z, and Z for some reason points the arrow in the opposite direction that you drag in. So whatever. So I'm going to click here, drag across, add in an X line, and I'll do the same down here. Parallel to X, you only want two starting axes lines that are your main lines. Your origin for your scene, the center of your scene, is going to be where these two lines intersect. So now I'm going to come in, drag a parallel Z. Also, I've got to pull this line a little bit and kind of imagine this because the paper is bent in a weird way and it's curving here. So I'm just kind of imagining that this is as close as I'm going to get it. So I'm going to try hit a line, and there's a chance that my focal length might change, but we'll see. Yeah, it did change. It jumped up to 23, which is wrong. But these lines are a little tricky. So if I look in F3 and lock to camera, you can see that our grid is somewhat matching this paper. So I am going to turn my focal length back to 10, because that's the focal length that I shot this at. What frame am I at? 1045? Okay, I'm going to remember that. We're going to go to the first frame and then change this to 10. And I say go to the first frame because your focal length will key. And now that you were here, oh, there's messages. I didn't see the messages. Sorry. A com on both YouTube and Twitch. Could I track again? For this one, I'm not going to track this one again just because I want to show deforming. But I will be tracking this I will be tracking this. No, sorry, I won't be tracking this one. I may add a couple points to this though. But tracking, I'm going to be doing a advanced 2D tracking video here soon. If you hadn't seen it, Akam, I did a basic 2D tracking on YouTube. Let's see. Hello, Vishnav. Okay, so now that I have this perspective and I've changed my focal length to 10 and I'm back at frame 1045 now. Yeah, sorry, Akam. I also track these points just before the stream because typically people don't like sitting watching you track unless you're like super beginner and you're interested in that. But most people tracking they're a little beyond tracking and they don't want to sit and pay attention to that. Okay, so now let's orient this a little bit better. And I'm going to hit 4 on my keyboard to get the perspective view and rotating around a little bit just to fit these lines. I'm going to center the grid to the center of the paper. And we don't need this to be crazy perfect. The paper is bent. You're not going to get it perfect if you try. So now here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to drag in a plane. And this plane, these perspective line needs to be so accurate or what? So the perspective lines for this doesn't need to be perfect. So the problem right now, I don't know if you were watching since this started, but you'll see the 3D points. This is off of a solve that I just did without anything fancy. So these points are clearly wrong. They're very misshapen. And that's because the paper is flimsy, it's bending around. Syntheyes can't figure out the exact where the points should be. So the perspective is very off. So we're forcing the perspective. We just lined up our grid roughly to the paper. And now that it's lined up, I can just easily drop in a plane. And this plane is going to represent the paper that I'm going to constrain those trackers to this flat plane to help force this to work. So I've dragged in a plane. Over here, I'm going to hit the / key, the one that's under your backspace key, so that we're in wireframe. And now let's center up this grid. So I'm going to get out of the creation wand so I can select this, go to translate, and just zero out my plane, get it nice and centered. And I'm going to scale it down right here. And yeah, this looks like about half. Hey, another Vishnav? Is that still you? Or is that a whole separate account with the same name? The Twitch account has a 101. So anyway, hello. So now that we have this plane lined up, I'm going to do a little bit of scaling just to match it up here to the, what is that, length? Wait, width, height, length. Yeah, that's the length. So I'm just gonna increase the length of the paper so it lines up there a little bit better. And this really does look like the size of the paper that I was holding, so that's awesome. And now I could immediately go into F3, and I'm gonna hit that / man, is it / or /? Anyway, again, the button that's under your backspace key, I'm gonna hit that. Now we're in wireframe. So I could select my trackers, and now if I want to put them on this plane, yes, that's me. That is my YouTube account. Nice. So now that I've got this plane here, I can select my trackers, come back into perspective view with F3, and we're going to turn on place at the bottom. So place is just like it sounds. If you have this option on, anything that you have selected, you're going to place it wherever you click in your scene. So you can see I can click and drag, and I can drop this point on the plane. So now this corner point is constrained to the tracker, and I can take all the other points, constrain them, and if I want to snap to vertices, I can hold Control, and now I'm snapping them around. And now grab this corner, hold Control, snap it there. This one, hold Control, snap it over here. So clearly these points, this mesh doesn't 100% match. So we're going to see what the solve does if we just leave it like this. So I'm going to go back to the solver tab, And for Syntheyes to obey these locks, we have to turn on constrain right here. If you don't have constrain on and you hit solve, you will watch these points will try to fit as close as they can. So you can see they position themselves as close as they could without being too stupid. But you could see the fit doesn't work because the perspective is wrong. So now I'm going to turn on constrain so it listens to those constraint points I dropped. So I'm going to hit go. And now you can see that the paper is fitting a lot closer. I hope that's visible. I hope these lines are visible in the stream. They're kind of thin, dainty lines. So this is doing what I want it to do, thankfully. Big relief. So just for laughs, I might add one more point right here just so I can get some depth and shape for the mesh. So I'm going to come over here. Interesting. Yes, that's good to hear. It's good to hear that people are into checking out some things like this. It's always encouraging. So I'm gonna add a point right here on this point, and the reason I'm gonna add this one is because I'm going to roughly sculpt this mesh to the paper, maybe just to see what it does. I might not though, because this is actually what I'm going to be doing in Syntheyes. I just want to show I'm gonna try and get a better constraint point for that corner locator because the paper is drooping down at the end, and my constraint point is level to the paper where the paper would be if it was flat, and that's not good. So I'm going to try and fake the position of that point and lower it, but I'm going to kind of sculpt the mesh down slightly just so I have something to bounce it off of. So bringing it back over, I'm going to hide my mesh so I can see my tracker. So I'm going to right click, view, show meshes. So let me just add this one point real quick. Have some very riveting content. Oh, by the way, if anybody, I don't know how many people cares, but one of the owners of Track VFX, my boss, is potentially going to be dropping in on the chat in about 8:40 and just kind of chat, have some fun, see who he is. So yeah, that will be exciting, and then I don't have to constantly vomit out words just to fill empty space. I think I jumped to a different icon on this paper down here. So here the paper is going to sit still. Also, this is kind of flattening out. I'm going to disable this tracker at this point. Now swap direction, Shift R swaps your tracking direction so you can go in the other way. And this is starting to get very pixelated. If you're having some problems with the pixelation of your tracker, some things that you might be able to do to help improve your tracking is you could see in this little tiny window up here, this little viewfinder thing, you could see the pixels and you can come up to the top view and try adjusting your sampling right here. So if I go Mitchell X4 or 8, I'm going to go 8. You can see that this kind of smoothed out, but honestly, not really. It does a little thing, really not much. Is Syntheyes set auto keyframe when changed to frame position of the value? Yeah, I'll go through quickly how you track a point and how it works. I'll go through that once I finish this point. And I'll explain these keys because these are keys and they are automatic when you click and drag. And I'll explain why. And if I explain it poorly, I do have a better explanation on the YouTube channel with our basic 2D tracking tutorial. So I'm going to expand this tracker up. If you're dealing with like pixelation like this, you're super close and your tracker is very small and you're getting pixel jittering, you can try expand your tracker up a little bit just to average out the detail, because you could see over here the image is softer. Like you're not tracking like this, getting blocky artifacts. Well, it's kind of hard to see because I turned on the pixel filtering. But you're not getting as blocky artifacts as you would if you scale up your tracker. Hello, Calvin. How am I today? I'm doing pretty good. A little bit of a headache, but that's very typical for me. I don't know if you saw or if you saw in the title, but in this video, I'm going to be doing I'm doing deforming paper. Uh, and this is going to be kind of like the deforming newspapers that you would find in Harry Potter. So that you could slap your own texture on this paper, or put your own texture, video, or footage or images on this newspaper. But we're doing it in 3D, not like pomp, uh, corner pinning and stuff. And the benefit is that when you do this in 3D, maybe you need the 3D because there's going to be some effects simulation. Maybe you want some blood to splash in it or water or something, some kind of weird effect, particles rolling off the paper. So you need it in the 3D space maybe for some things. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good, and I'm excited about this tutorial because this is actually an effect I've wanted to do for a while. I've never done this. I'm just assuming this is going to work. Okay, so finishing up this little point, and it seems like my tracker is kind of bugged out. Syntheyes has this weird issue where sometimes it wants to shut itself off each frame. So I'm gonna try a couple things. I'm gonna reverse the tracking direction a couple times, and yay, it worked this time. Bringing it back in. Since it looks like you might have just jumped in, Alyssa, later on at about somewhere around 8:40, maybe 10 minutes from now, my boss at Track VFX, one of the owners of the company, he might be dropping in, so we'll see. Just to chat and have fun as I do this. And also, he's more of a wizard than I am. He's much better. He's been doing this for a long time. He knows how to iterate and fix things way better than me. I still get hung up on a lot of shots, and it is embarrassing. So I'm not going to go overboard with this tracker and tracking underneath. I spent time making sure these other trackers went because, hey, I don't want to do the other ones, and they're also unnecessary. If you do too much guesswork, like like these trackers, I don't see where the corners of the paper are because they're being occluded. Um, if you do too much guesswork, and if you're not good at the guesswork, it's gonna harm your solve more than it's gonna help you. So Shift G solve, and now that we have this, let's just take a look at it one more time. I'm gonna re-show my mesh. So this is looking pretty good. So at this point, I am already extremely happy with what I've got. So here's the thing about this. The plane, actually, I'm going to drop in a cylinder just to make something more apparent. So I'm going to put in a cylinder standing at the top of this paper. Let's make it something bright. Let's go orange. I like orange. Oops, I accidentally made a cylinder. So here's something that's going wrong. Some people might have noticed it already, but the most of the shot looks pretty good. And you could see the cylinder is facing outwards from the paper. But at the beginning, the solve doesn't know what to do, and it flipped out right here. So that is something that I'm going to try fix, and I think I know what the problem is. So here's the portion of the stream where we're gonna see if I fail at doing this in Syntheyes or not, because there is a good chance that if I don't get this to solve properly within the next few minutes, I'm going to quickly manual this move in Maya. Because sometimes it's more work than it's worth to worry about something in your solving program when you can do it manually. Go back to the Jurassic Park days. You got those hand animated cameras. Can't believe the level of skill that those people had just animating the camera by hand. I've done it a couple times, but really not on super important shots. So to force this to solve, the reason that I think it's flipping, so for the majority of this, these points are forming the shape of a rectangle, and because of perspective, the paper that's closest to the camera, those points are more spread apart, and that's an easy way for Syntheyes to say, hey, this part of the paper is closer to camera. But so let's say this tracker here, if these 2 points at the back, if they separate in distance, your perspective changes and Syntheyes is now going to think that the back of the paper is closer to the camera. So that is where the solve is dying here, because um, since the right here the paper folds, you can see the folding in the paper. So this tracker now has more distance from this tracker, and Syntheyes is not knowing what to do with this. So I'm going to try something real desperate. I'm going to take this point, and where things start to fail, I am going to start offsetting. Oh, I didn't answer that one guy's question about the auto keyframe. Sorry, Vishnav. I am going to answer your question. Let me try and make this solve at this beginning first, and I'll answer it before I leave Syntheyes. So I'm going to do something called offset tracking, and I'm just going to show what offset tracking is real quick. So let's say I've tracked a point on my wrist here. Whoa, I made that too big. So let's say I've tracked a point on my wrist here, and we're just going to let it go, and I'll disable it. So we have this point here. So what offset tracking is if I come to the side, oh, I got to unlock it. So if I come to the side and turn on offset, now I've got this little crosshair. So let's say I wanted the thumb, but for some reason I couldn't track the thumb. I track this part of the shot that's much easier to track, and then I offset this over here, and then per frame I can shift this around. And now when I lock, you'll see that the tracker jumps over to that point instead. So you track the easier part and then offset it over to the other portion of the shot. So that's offset, and I'm going to use that to adjust that paper point. Why those some tracker have color green, red, and yellow? Okay, yeah, so the colors, I changed them. So let me just select everything. I'm going to hit Control A, select all the trackers, and I'm under the tracker tab, this little gray square, I'm going to right click. I've now cleared all the colors of the trackers. So the reason they were yellow is just because I changed them. When I was looking in 3D, the original solve that we had, the points were in these weird positions all over the shot, and you couldn't really tell what was what. So I took a couple of these trackers that are on the center of this paper, and I picked a bright color for them. Whatever color, doesn't matter. And I changed it to yellow because now I was able to see where they were easier in 3D. Because before, the solve points were in these weird, crazy stretched positions, and I couldn't tell which were which. So yeah, it's coloring trackers is just a simple way to keep track of what you're doing. So if you have a lot of ground points, color them all, give them all a color. If you've got hand and you've got points on all different fingers, you might want to know which finger is which. So color each finger a different color. Yeah, it's just organization, just to keep track. You got it? Nice. Also, your other question. Let me answer your other question real quick. These black keys. So here's the thing with Syntheyes. If I put a tracker on my wrist again, you'll notice I've created the tracker. Oh, by the way, I held C on my keyboard to make a tracker. So when you create a tracker, you have one black key there at the bottom already, and then you see the direction that you're tracking in. So if I use S and D on my keyboard, which is frame forward and back, I'm tracking ahead. So the keyframes are not automatic. There is a way to use auto keying. So there is auto keying, which I don't like all the time. It is useful, but here's what I was doing. I was hitting 0 on my number pad, and it places a key. And also, if the tracker is sliding or pops away, if I move it, you'll see it made another key. So what those little black ticks are, so that tick is basically, it's storing this pattern that the tracker is seeing on this frame. So it's like, hey, look at this wrinkle in the skin, this pattern of pixels. Each frame that you go forward, it's trying to find that original pattern of pixels to snap your tracker to each frame. But sometimes when the pattern changes, like right here, the skin changes and also there's a big shadow on the skin. So now it can't find that pattern anymore because it's changed. It looks completely different. So uh, if I nudge, it places a key, but that key, it's now looking at a new pattern of pixels. So when I go ahead, see it changed, it didn't see it. So when I drag the tracker back to the wrinkle, and I'm going back a few frames and making sure that it's on the same part, and the pattern here keeps on changing. So we're going to keep adjudging it, bring it back to its position. Sometimes this is a very erratic detail, but usually you can get away with very minimal keys. But if your footage is more complex, the lighting is changing, and there's a lot of garbage happening, you're going to be coming across a lot of problems, similar to After Effects. Yeah, this is actually how I think most, if not all, trackers do it, because they need an initial pattern, so they'll have these keys. But yeah, After Effects will definitely do it like that. Um, so yeah, that's all those black ticks are. It's Syntheyes is automatically storing a new pattern because if you had to move your tracker, that usually means something went wrong. So when you move it, it'll set a key for you, and then it'll take that new pattern going forward. So hopefully that was a good explanation for everybody. um, so coming back, let's see, what do we got? Um, oh yeah, okay. So now I'm gonna fix that tracker and try and make the solve at the beginning. So I'm gonna do that offsetting thing that I did. So I'm gonna come to this tracker and unlock it and make sure that my tracking direction is facing backwards because that's the direction I'm going to be offsetting in. So Calvin, do you use Key Smooth? Key Smooth, I'll talk about that as well in 1 second because that's an interesting one. That's a good question. So I'm gonna go, so here I'm gonna turn on offset. And now, actually I'm not gonna lock onto my tracker as I do this. So here the cylinder looks okay, it looks okay, and now it's flipped. So I'm going to try and push this tracker inwards. So I pushed it inwards, hoping that that's gonna trick Syntheyes into thinking that this point and this point are further away from camera to force it to think that, hey, the perspective is gonna, yeah. um, Saw people use the key smooth. Yeah, I don't like key smooth all that often. Um, it's that being like, yeah, it is really good actually. I just prefer to manually adjust my stuff. It is good and I should use it more. But yeah, I'll show it in a moment. So here I'm going to just keep offsetting this tracker over a little bit, and I'm trying to imagine where this page would be if it wasn't being pressed against the cushion. So this paper would probably be much lower, and I'm bringing this point inwards a bit just to trick the perspective. I might have to pull this point in later. So, oh, so we're going to leave it something like this. So let's see what happens to the solve now. So when I lock this tracker, you can see that it's now taken that new offset position. So if I hit Shift G, so it didn't quite go. So that's scary. So I'm going to see, let's take a look. There isn't, I don't see much reason why it wouldn't flip itself here. So I'm going to take this point and force this one, which this point actually, it doesn't look that bad really. So we'll try it anyway. I'm going to come unlock it, flip the tracking direction, so I'm focusing in this direction. Also, you could see Syntheyes shut off all the trackers here, which I think is a bug. I'm going to come here and just turn it on, and now they've all turned back on. So I'm going to start back at the frame where things messed up and turn on offset and bring it, just force it over here. And I'm going to hit Shift G already. So that is troubling. I'm going to bring it over here, solve, and I'm just trying a couple things. So I was really hoping that I wouldn't have to adjust this in Maya, but that's not a problem because this this kind of thing happens quite often. Offset this down. Also, it looks like Syntheyes was having me grab something that I shouldn't have been grabbing as well. Yeah, I should be moving this, but Syntheyes was so close to this piece that I was moving my tracker too. So I'm gonna undo. I actually damaged my tracker. Okay, so we're back to before where I didn't screw up my tracker. So I'm gonna turn on offsetting. No, I'm gonna flip the tracking direction. I'm gonna turn these frames back on, and I'm gonna turn on offset. And not grabbing the tracker this time. Oh, this point also could stand to be a lot lower here. Please tell me that was it. Nope. Okay, so this is fine. We're gonna do this little fix in Maya then. So before I leave here, let's just view this here for now. So before I leave Syntheyes, I have the key smooth. Also, if anybody else has any questions for Syntheyes before I move on, that would be fantastic. But the key smoothing thing, once again, let's track my wrist. So the key smoothing, it's been a while since I've used it, so I'm pretty sure it's gonna work like this. So if I turn this up to like smooth 3, let's go 4. So the idea is when you have a track like this, I think if you bring it back, and now between these two keys, I have this, and I'm just gonna track ahead a few frames and then nudge it here. Now I'll turn that off. So I think, yeah. So when you have key smoothing on, it's gonna look at your keys and it's gonna recognize that you moved your tracker back to the spot and then kept tracking. So it's kind of taking into account that you're not going back and fixing the errors. So that is a workflow that I'm not a fan of myself, because my idea of tracking is to do it right the first time, and not to have this automated process, because it's also dependent on this frame. And this will also, this implies that you are going to consciously nudge it every 4 frames and remember that you're doing that. So it's not always consistent. So this is where I like to just per frame nudge it, go back and forth, and just monitor what I'm doing. Because then if there was any error from the key smoothing, like, wait, oh yeah, if you're comfortable with key smoothing and you track it, and if that makes some people scrub back and think this looks smooth, or even if some people don't go back and check it at all because they're relying on that feature, it's just kind of scary because it causes drifting. You may not have pops, but you'll have sliding and drift. I'll take that over popping, but it's dangerous. And I'd much rather just do this right the first time. Like right here, I'm always nudging it back into the spot that it needs to be. I'll drag up in this window and bring it back to its point. Yeah, I don't know. I've had a few people use that and I'm not super into it. For moving tracking point, are you using arrow keys? Yeah, so, oh man, I should get like a webcam and then point it down at my keyboard. Or get where the screen will display your keys. I got to figure that out. But yeah, so moving the arrow keys. So here's what I'm doing. So on my keyboard, I'm holding C to create a tracker, and now S and D is my frame forward and back. But to nudge the trackers, I'm not using the arrow keys. I'm using the numpad arrow keys. And yeah, so it's easy just to nudge the tracker back into place each time. So yeah, a lot of tracking, it's much nicer if you can avoid using a mouse. Okay, and yeah, so yeah, I'm just nudging with the number keys. Okay, is there any other questions that want to be snuck in before I get out of here or get out of Syntheyes? I'm gonna save this. Actually, if anybody has a question, I'm just gonna grab water real quick. So if anybody has any lingering questions, they have a second to ask it. Uh, okay. Cool. So it looks like nobody's got lingering questions. So we're gonna drop this into Maya, where we're gonna fix the camera real quick, and then we're gonna start deforming this paper. Oh, what about the paper fold? How are you dealing with that? So the paper fold, we could do this in Syntheyes, but I'd rather do it in Maya. But here's how you would do it in Syntheyes. So with this here, um, if I make an object, well, let's go to shot, add moving object. So you would treat half the paper as an object. So I'm going to come over into F3, and sorry, this is going to be a quick explanation because GOH would need a whole separate stream or tutorial by itself. So I'm going to orbit around, take a look at this. And so this object, I'm going to come over to Synthese's GOH tab, going to bring the plane under object 1. And now what I can do with this is I'm going to come to GOH, and GOH in Syntheyes is rigging. It's rigging and painting weights on mesh. So if I go GOH create, I'm gonna shift and click and place a joint just somewhere on that center line. And now I can come to surface lasso, and I'm going to highlight all these points in the fold. And now with this object 2 is that joint I just made. These vertices are now painted to this object. So right here, if I take any of these, you could see that I can fold the paper and start to do some fun stuff. So if I look in F3, or if I lock to camera, you can have trackers drive this thing's rotation. You can do it. But again, that's like a separate tutorial, and I actually have some tutorials on the YouTube channel, and some of them are live stream, I think. I want to do a proper dedicated YouTube tutorial that isn't a live stream on GOH. But yeah, you can take a tracker and you can drop it under this object, and then you can project that tracker onto the mesh, and you can actually have it, yeah, drive these rotations. So these things here, I can unlock these. So like, let's say tilt. Actually, if I unlock tilt, and now that I have this, what Syntheyes is actually doing is this is also going to geometry track. So if I played ahead a couple frames, the paper is actually animating right now, but it's not good because this shot sucks. If I reverse tracking direction, go back this way, you could see our paper is actually doing a little folding. So if I Carnegies, let me look at that in 1 second. So here you could see the paper is actually folding and animating. So we're just not going to do it this way because I have more control over this in Maya. And show your keyboard. Oh, that's for the keys thing. Yeah, I'll check that out. I'll check that out for another stream. That's awesome, Akam. Is it one of the best ones that you know of? So, um, So hopefully that answered the question in, let's say, Syntheyes. Syntheyes is pretty good with deforming stuff, and you can do some cool things in it. But I just have more control in Maya when working with this. So let me get rid of that object. So gone, and now our paper has lost all the animation. Yeah, get it. Nice. Okay. All right. So I'm going to start exporting this out. And again, this is another, hey, if you have any Synthesize questions, this is where you ask it now. So I'm going to hit save, and I'm going to go File, Export, Filmbox, F. Actually, I don't really want to do I don't really want to do an FBX for this. I use FBX sometimes if I feel like taking the deforming mesh that I've made in Synthesize and working on top of that mesh in Maya. Here, I'd rather just make my own plane in Maya and just set it up there. Because this geo, it's just a plane and a cylinder. I don't need it. I just need the camera and the trackers. So yeah, I'm just gonna export my ASCII scene, and my other windows over here. I'm just in case file names and stuff pop up. So I'm going to nice emote. So I'm going to navigate and save this real quick. This is also, when you're saving it, this is a good time to give it the actual full project name if you want it, because this MA file can also just be your file. Or you can save this somewhere separately, and this could just be your camera that you can keep re-importing whenever you want. So I'm just gonna hit save. And now you're gonna be greeted with this box, and you're gonna, I'm gonna hit defaults because this is probably what yours looks like. The only thing that I change is to ZXY. This is for the camera only, and this is hard to explain why, but ZXY for the camera agrees more with certain software. So I'm gonna hit OK. So here's another cool thing with Syntheyes when you're exporting, is that when you export anything out of Syntheyes, it puts it into your clipboard. So here, I'm just gonna go File, Open Scene, and here, all you gotta do is Control V and paste, and there's your link. So okay, don't save. What time is it on my side? On my side, it is 8:45 p.m. What time is it for you? Is it late for you? Early? I'm trying to do this actually as quick as possible because I hope that I can answer as many questions as I want, but I also don't want to bore people. Okay, so here is the shot in Maya, but the space is looking a little funny. So I'm going to go to the camera, to our perspective camera, Control A to get to our attribute editor, and the near far clip. I'm going to expand this out so we don't have this weird looking artifacts. So I'm going to add a couple zeros to our far, so now we can see further. And when your scene is too big in Maya, things can start breaking and you get weird artifacts in your scene. You'll get weird chipping looking geo. So I'm going to make sure that my near clip isn't too small. I'm going to change it up to like 5 for my case. 9:15 a.m. in the morning. Nice. It's good that you've woken up. I can't wake up that early. My hours are so messed up. I was streaming last night. I think, wait, you were there, weren't you? I was streaming last night at from like 12 to 3 or something. Okay, so this plane, it's visible in the 3D space, and a lot of people starting out in VFX for some reason really like showing this image plane in the 3D scene. You don't need it. So just select it, come over, turn on looking through camera. And now let's do a little bit of cleanup. So I'm gonna open up my outliner. I have a hotkey for it, but if you want to find it, you can go up to Windows, Outliner. And if you don't know what this is just where you're gonna see all your scenes and objects and stuff. Yeah, I was hanging with you on the stream. Yeah, I was pretty sure that was you. I just wanted to be safe and just because I mixed up somebody's names last night. I thought I was talking to one person for a while, and it turns out it was two separate people because I didn't look at the name. Let me get a drink. Okay. Um, so now here in Maya, so now we're left with a camera, and if I highlight down here, there is a couple of trackers. Oh, that object came over. Why do I have this? Let's just expand up our tracker points. Okay, so it looks like I had a weird issue, so one of my trackers isn't appearing, but don't worry about that at the moment. Where are you from, Vishnav? Okay, so now that I've got this camera, I could leave it in this group for now. For your own projects, if you wanted, you could honestly leave the camera in the group. It's up to you how you want to arrange things, but I'd rather this be in the world space. So this camera, I'm gonna bake it out real quick. Um, I have a button for it, but nobody else has this button. So I'm gonna do this the manual way. So this trackers, I'm gonna Shift P, get them out of here, rename them locators, and I'm also going to take the camera now and I'm going to duplicate. Oh, I'm going to Shift D, duplicate it, and now Shift P, get it out of that parent. Now I'm going to constrain it I'm going to constrain that new camera to the old one. The old one has the animation. The duplicate has lost its animation. So it's just sitting there doing nothing, as you could see here. So now that this camera is in the world space, we want the animation of this camera on this one. So I'm going to select our parent, then the child, and I'll hit spacebar, come over to constrain, and go into parent options. And I'm going to turn on maintain offset. I could have kept that off, doesn't matter. I'm just going to turn it on. And now our camera here is following the animation. So we're going to bake the animation to this camera. Conversations, nice. Okay, so this camera, I'm going to come up to edit, keys, and bake simulation. So now I can delete this constraint and I can get rid of the old camera and get rid of this group with this useless garbage. And now we're left with camera, which I'm going to rename shot cam, and you can name this whatever you want. I'm calling it shot cam, so it's very evident this is the shot cam. And what did I call this project? HDT. Why did I call it that? Oh, Home Depot T. Why did I give it that abbreviation? Home Depot Track? I think I called it Home Depot Track. Home Depot Track 001. At work, what we tend to do is we put the number of frames. So right here it's like 133 underscore 133 frames. And that just gives an idea, like at a glance, to people like how long their shot is, how long they gotta animate or simulate for. Just starting to learn. Sorry, I'm just curious what you guys are saying. Curious if Jared's gonna be jumping in on this at all. Because it's late. Also learning, nice. Okay, so now I'm just gonna split my view. I'm gonna make one perspective and I'm gonna make the other view through the camera. So I'm gonna middle mouse drag the camera into this view. And also I should move my camera. I should move my face cam, I guess. So I'm gonna drag this over here. And now, this camera, I'm going to put the image plane back because we've lost the image plane. Since I made a new camera and then transferred the animation. So I'm going to select this and click up here, this little image plane button. And on my other screen, I have my browser. I'm just going to navigate from an image sequence. Awesome, use sequence. And now, when I hit play, it's going to go slow for the first time around. But if we want it to cache, we could just make sure that the frame cache here in the image plane is cranked up higher than the amount of frames you have. So I have 133, and this is set to 151, so we're good. So I'm just going to hit play, and this plate will play in real time shortly. All right, so now we're left with our track as it was in Syntheyes. Uh, so I guess the first order of business is I gotta fix my little camera issue. And I'm not, I'm just gonna real quickly say that I'm not great at fixing a camera in this fashion because I don't normally solve static object like this and then fix the camera. So let's see how easy this is. So we're gonna look for the, actually I'm gonna make a piece of paper real quick just so I can see this model better while I'm doing this. So I'm gonna go into perspective view. Also, I should rehide that image plane. I'm gonna push it back a bit though, and then turn on looking. So now over here, I'm gonna lock on, get to the center of my scene. Now I'm gonna hold shift, right click, and now we have all of our geo. I'm going to make a plane, scale it up, check it out over here. And I'm going to hit 4 on my keyboard to look at the wireframe. So now we have the width, and I'm going to scale for the length. And just for the hell of it, I'm going to select the top, shift period to expand the selection. And I'm going to put in a little fold here just for visual for now. Just to help represent the paper while I'm animating this camera. So, coming over here, I'm going to go into the outliner and the camera. I'm going to look for the frame where this thing screws up. Also, this plane, it's hard to see the geo. So I'm going to come over to this little running man over here, the settings, the preferences, and I'm going to come to display, turn the line width up to 2 for now, save, and I'm going to put it on a display layer. So I'm going to Control A, switch to the channel box. Down at the bottom, I'm going to create a new display layer, and I'm going to click the far icon, which is, it's going to make a layer with the selected objects. So here, if I click this little slash, I can color this, let's go red. So a little more visible. So now that I have this, we're going to, okay, so here's the frame where it flips out right here, 1027. So I'm gonna go open up my graph editor. So I'm gonna go Windows, Animation, Graph Editor. Scale this up a bit. And I'm gonna hit F on my keyboard. Oh, what? Select the camera. Hey, there we go. So I selected the camera and now we see all the keyframes for it. And I'm just going to delete all the keys just before where I'm positioned in the timeline. So get rid of all of them. And now you can see the camera just kind of stops dead here. Okay, so now I'm going to group the camera. And I'm going to call this group hand animation. So I'm going to right now place a keyframe right here so that we preserve this part of the animation. So I'm going to hit shift. I'm just going to place a key. I'm going to hit shift W and E to lock the translation and rotation. Some people might recommend the S key, but if you hit S, it keys everything. And S key literally keys more than just these. Like if you're in other modes like edit mode and stuff, it'll key vertices and stuff as well, which we might do for this for a couple points. We'll see. Hate headaches. So now that we have this, it's just dead. So I'm going to place the pivot for this group somewhere that's easier to manage. So I'm going to look at this paper and You know, I actually don't mind the center of this where the pivot already is. So I'm gonna come over here to the end and find to where the paper is lying still, because it's easy to match this part of the shot. So with this object, you could come into your perspective and you could totally just rotate this manually here. I'm just going to come over to the attribute editor and I'm going to middle mouse click this stuff. Yeah, you can hold control and middle mouse drag these channel boxes. Also, there's a lot of lines going on here. I'm going to turn off the grid with this little button here. And yeah, so it looks like the rotation is all right. And now I'm going to pull this back on Y, pull it right down, drag it to the side on the X, and I'm going to pull it back with the Z. And again, if you don't want to drag these numbers around, you can do this in the 3D space easily. I think, sorry, I just want to read the message. Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, so the rotation is getting a whole lot closer. And I'm positioning this away from the camera, which is fixing the scale of this. So this looks close. So now, when I play it, you could see we have this. So you have the animation, and I have this key here where I was preserving this first area, and it's going to interpolate with these two keys. So now I'm going to do some in between frames. So I'm just going to go between these two, and I'm going to further rotate. So which ways? Wow, oh, okay. Rotate this. I tripped myself out a little bit. I couldn't tell what was what there for a moment. I know this part's a little bit of the tricky part, so if anybody's having problems, I will be doing more of this in the future. And if anybody was down, which I know someone is, I could definitely help people learn Maya a little bit more. Yeah, so let's see. Fixing this. Now that I have that, if I scrub a little bit more just to monitor what our camera is doing. Cool, so we have another frame locked in, and something I want to see if helps at all, I'm going to go into the graph editor, and these keys, I'm going to turn them to linear. Is that linear? Was that called? I don't know, I just kind of imagined it as linear. It didn't really do much. So I'm going to come into this view just because it's going to be a little faster for me to grab this gizmo to move it now. So I'm going to go here, I'm going to come by for a couple frames. Actually, that's not easier. So I'm going to keep rotating it here. And this part, so here's a part where this is a good example of this not having to be perfect because you can't get this perfect. This paper is flimsy, it's bending. You're not going to get a rigid object to match this. This is where we're going to be manually moving each vertice, starting low res. We're going to manually nudge them all into place and attach them to the corners. And then we're going to add a division and then do the in-betweens and then keep upping the resolution as we go. Youngsters want to get out from that old style education method. Yeah. School, I remember we were talking about that last night. School is still good for connections, but that's so much money. And if you manage to get into a studio, you'll be able to get a lot of connections. if you're super fresh in the industry, it is a little scary though for employers to say, "Oh, I haven't been to, you haven't been to school." That's extremely scary for an employer to hear. So yeah, you definitely there is a lot of benefits to school. There is, of course, you're going to learn from hopefully people who have had experience in the industry. Uh, so you're going to be able to pick their brain for knowledge, and you're hopefully going to have you're hopeful if you're a good person. Hopefully, you've made a lot of friends, and you've made a lot of connections who can further vouch for you in your career. But yeah, man, that money. I only know a couple people who have gotten into the industry and did it successfully and did not spend 30 grand on school like I did. But that's going to be pretty tough because again, if you haven't worked anywhere, it's scary for an employer to think you don't have a formal education in this, um and you know that we trust you. There are some places that really want to see your demo reel and see that you can do the work, and there's people who have never been in the industry, they're hobbyists, and they've had their stories of people getting hired that way. But that's scary. Let me talk. Yeah, let's get Jared's here, my boss. Let's get him in here. Hold on, I'm gonna do a little setup. So I'm gonna just do a real quick pause on the stream, but we'll be right back in just a couple minutes. Okay, testing. Jared, you want to say something?
Okay, testing. Jared, you want to say something? Okay,
Oh.
testing. Jared, you want to say something?
Oh, should I turn off?
Okay, it looks like there was some technical difficulties there. I think we got some feedback, maybe from Jared's mic or something. I'm not too sure. This is new. I'm just going to let this play in the background if people wanted to watch it for a moment.
Calvin, can you mute yours?
Mute mine? Wait, 1 second. I'm going to pause the stream just for one more moment. Sorry. 1 sec. Okay, we're back. Let's try this out. You want to say something, Jared?
Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, it looks like this is working. Can people hear Jared? Somebody want to let us know?
Can anybody hear me?
Hear his beautiful voice.
Very beautiful. I can see you. I didn't realize I could see you over here. So I
You
can
can
just
see
creepily watch you.
you can see me on Discord or on Twitch.
No, on Twitch.
Oh yeah. So yeah, all good. Yeah. Oh, Kai's here too. Caillou's here as well. Yeah.
Fun times.
All right. So we got Jared. Jared's just here. We're just seeing how this goes. We're just gonna kind of have fun with this. Jared is a tracking god. He's much better at figuring out a lot of stupid little problems than I am. And yeah, I've known him since 2015. Is it? Have I known you for 5 years?
It's pretty scary. Has it been 5 years? I don't know. 2 years. How long were you at hydraulics?
I thought I got employed there in 2015.
It's pretty crazy.
This is weird. Also, hey Jared, do you want to speak one more time, just normally, so I can see if I gotta up your volume?
Hello, hello, hello.
Looks like your volume.
Hello, hello.
Looks like your volume's fine. Okay, I'm gonna continue this and just see how things go as we push along.
Have you been streaming for 3 hours, or you had the on hold for a bit, right?
Whoa, I have been streaming for 3 hours. Wait, 3 hours? No, that's not right. Have I been streaming for 3 hours? I thought I started at 8. It's been an hour and 15 minutes.
Oh, Grace is here too, but she's talking and she's watching on YouTube, so she can't talk through Twitch.
Oh, she can chat on Twitch. The Twitch chat will come through.
On YouTube?
Yeah, on YouTube. You can chat on YouTube. I'm streaming to YouTube and Twitch. And there's a bot that's giving me chat from both sides.
Oh, okay.
You could see Caillou. Yeah, you could see Caillou chatted from YouTube.
Oh, I don't see older chats.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you won't see older chats.
Have you chatted recently?
Me?
No, Kai.
Oh, yeah.
He's not talking, right?
No, he's not. Doesn't look like he's talking to me right now.
Restream bot.
All right. Oh yeah, and I guess you wouldn't see chat from both sides.
Oh,
Because
sad.
I have actually I can overlay this on my screen. I'm gonna do that real quick. I'm gonna overlay chat so it appears in the stream and see how it works.
That's nice.
So embed in stream. I wonder if this is gonna work. This is gonna be really cool if it works. Copy
How
this
many
URL
viewers?
to OBS stream.
How
Oh, I
many
don't know how
viewers?
to do that. How many viewers?
Mhm.
At the moment, 8. It's
Oh,
been
nice.
8. It's been 8 steady for a little bit now.
Nice.
So
So what are you
it's
doing?
I was. It looks like I have to do a little extra step to get the chat to appear on the stream, so I'm not going to do that for this one. So the majority of the chat is on Twitch. Kai, if you want to jump onto Twitch, there's more chat going on, and then more people can see it. But I will fix this another time, and I'll overlay the chat at sometimes.
Get your shit together.
Don't give me that.
Man.
Don't give me this. This is a family channel. Give me them cuss words.
Get your poop together.
Hi, Grace. Grace is here.
You guys made it.
For anybody who doesn't know, Grace and Kai are people who work with us. Okay, so let's see if we can get some of this going as well. And Kai is now on Twitch. Nice. Okay, so I'm going to see if I can just go along with some of this. And if anybody wants to jump in, welcome everyone to Twitch.
So welcoming.
So here I've done a little rough hand fix to this camera in Maya. And just for a couple frames now, I'm going to... This is something that Jared taught me how to do in hydraulics, because I never really thought about doing static objects and whatever and hand animating using the channel boxes like this. So all this credit goes to my boy here.
You should be giving me more credit there, sir. After everything you do.
We don't need to go that far. Come on. And now just a little nudge left and right. Were you busy today with work, Jared? Did you have been doing shots or anything?
We are at what is Joel sending? We are at we're trying to figure out the machines at work, and that's all fun. Get in there.
Sierra wants a shout out. Sierra wants in on the action. Have you been here the whole time, Sierra? Were you just sitting there being quiet?
Creep. Everyone's creeping. I think Joel's in here too. He's just nobody's. They all creeping on us.
Yeah, I wonder if Joel is in here. So at this point, I have this paper roughly blocked in, and thankfully, because the nature of how this paper is going to be handled, it's flimsy paper. This is where the shape is so closely matched now, and the animation is so closely matched that I'm going to be deforming these main corners. So now at this point, I can take this plane, and we're going to get rid of all of these loops that are unnecessary, because we are going to start this with a very low-res base mesh. You don't want to deform all these vertices because you're going to go crazy. You're going to tear your hair out. And nobody needs to see that. Delete edge. All right, so we're left with this. So something I'm going to do first, I could go and fit a few of these corners with some clusters. I'm going to use clusters, and for anybody who doesn't know what clusters is, I'm going to make just a random shape here. Let's go with a sphere. Oops. Drag this up. And now, so here's what a cluster is. There's multiple ways to animate vertices in Maya, but to me the safest and cleanest, because of the flexibility, is you're going to want to use clusters. So if I select a bunch of points or select the whole mesh, I can come up to, or I'm going to hit space, go to deform, and add a cluster. So this cluster, you could see it's moving around the whole mesh, but actually, let me show cluster an easier way. I'm going to select just a few faces, and now create a cluster. I'm going to hit space, commands, create cluster, and you can see I'm now tugging around just those selected faces. And what's kind of nice about this too is if I right click, select the mesh, go to paint, and go to cluster, And now I can actually come in and adjust the influence. I can open up the tool settings, go to replace, I could flood it to 0, and now flood to 1, and I can paint in, smooth, soften it up a little bit. And now you can see I have a soft selection with this cluster here. So yeah, we're going to be using clusters like this to animate our vertices. So I'm going to jump back over to the paper. Jared, do you ever use like when you're ever doing little fixes to some stuff that I fail at? Do you ever use clusters, or do you just go in and use the S key and key little fixes in?
It all depends. Like I think if I'll use clusters if I'm trying to be clean, but if I'm trying to be hacky and fast, I'll use vertices.
Yeah.
So, no, I never vertice animation. No,
Yeah.
I don't.
I did cheap S animation for one of those shots that we had to do recently for work.
Yeah.
So here for this side of the paper, so just to fold this up, I'm going, because we blocked in the rough animation of this paper, but now we have this. So to fold this paper, I'm going to select this edge, and now I'm going to spacebar, reason commands, create cluster. And this cluster, I can move it around and I can rotate it, but I can't rotate it the correct way. So I'm going to hold D on my keyboard, hold V, and I'm going to hold this and snap it to the crease of the paper. And now I've got this. So I'm going to hit Shift E to place a rotation key. And now looking at it in this view, I can scrub ahead and start to block in and make sure that this paper is roughly at the same angle of this paper. So right here, get a key going on, maybe a little bit of the Z rotation. Bring it in. And again, this part doesn't have to be perfect because we are doing another pass over this stuff.
Yeah, I guess if anybody has any questions, they can always chat in the chat room, and I'll answer questions from them.
Yeah. If anybody has questions, like if you have any, answer the toughest questions you can think of. Want Jared to wet himself.
What?
Sorry, what?
No, I don't know.
So here again, just trying to average out these corners and these points. And we're getting closer to the actual fold. Paper's coming to a close, and I'm just going to come over here and make sure that my paper is kind of going to close flat. And let's place one more key right here. Muted you for a while. Oh wait. Hey, yay. I didn't see Sierra wrote that. Muted for a while. Oh, Sierra muted me. That's evil.
It's very, very rude.
Tell Quentin I said hi. So, coming back in this direction, we'll quickly key these points. Bring it in. What do you... Hey, there's a question for you, Jared.
I'll type it. Calvin, what do I do?
You don't want to answer because he hears you.
Yeah, but what do I do?
What do you? He made
what it is.
Jared primarily walks around the office and takes up space. Yeah, he's just kind of a guy that filters the air in the room, really.
Yeah, giving everyone COVID.
But Jared is he is part owner of Track VFX, right? Like proper way to say it. Jared's part owner of Track VFX. The company is his child, is his baby. He is the what? Yeah, what? I remember we talked about this too, and you didn't quite know how to title yourself. Is that correct?
I mean, it depends. Like, yeah, I'm the owner, but on a day to day, it's handling all the shots that come in and making sure that they get finished. And if they need to be finished, I'll step in, but or teach other people how to finish the shots in house.
Yeah, he steps in when I fail and cry.
Or we work together, and we both.
Yeah, that happens.
We're like, this really sucks, but this is the only way to do it. We have to like this. This isn't too bad if it's 133 frames, but if this was 1,000 frames, it would be sad. But it's very very exciting when it is all done.
Yeah, shots like this are very satisfying and fun. I like paper. Paper is straightforward. It's hard to mess up paper because you can see when paper slides and it's not like a super important fleshy moving face and stuff. But yeah, sometimes paper could be tough. Depends on how crinkly and how detailed it is.
What do you do, Vaishna? I said that very Russian. What is it? How do you say your name?
I think I pronounce it Vishna, and I think last night he told me I was correct. He might have been being nice.
Or is it like two names? Is that Vaishnav? I don't know. What are you doing on its paper? What are you adding to it?
I think for fun, I might later. Ooh. Oh wait, what happened here? Oh, this makes sense. Yeah, because the camera flips and whatever. Okay, I thought I panicked for a moment. I thought I did something horrible. What am I doing? So this, I think later on a separate stream, like occasionally when I'm working, I've just kind of gotten into the habit of kind of streaming some of the little bits of work I'm doing now. So
yeah.
I'm probably on a separate night going to composite something onto the sheet. I'm probably going to replace everything or put something animated. I want to do the Harry Potter effect or something for fun. So here we have, I don't know how easy this is to see, but we have the paper now doing the general proper fold. Yeah, you also speak my name right. Oh, Jared did it. I wonder if I did. Okay, so if I said Vishna and then Jared said, what, you said Vieshna?
Vaishna.
Vaishna? Who is correct?
Vaishna? We're both correct. His name is universal. Did you watch that that YouTube thing that I sent yesterday with a guy that has like it's like something about ex-girlfriend where he does a bunch of little CG?
The TikTok?
No, I don't think it's TikTok.
I think I saw TikTok on it. I hadn't seen it. I was busy.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I started doing stuff immediately after work. Actually, I'm new to 3D. I'm learning Maya. I want to be in effects.
Oh, cool.
Got a lot of work ahead of you. Yeah, effects is, man, the learning curve for effects is immense. Okay, so now as things continue on, Jared posted the video. Okay, so now,
cool.
I'll check it out later. Or is it stream friendly?
Yes, no, it is. It's this guy that just posts random videos of his girlfriend, but he does visual effects on it. So he does like one with where he like a portal type of effect with his girlfriend. One, he feeds his girlfriend to a dog. It's just all like PG-13 funny stuff.
Pranks on my girlfriend. Ooh, I want to see the portal one immediately.
They're all like really short, but they're funny.
Look at that track, though. I don't think we could do that.
Is that After Effects?
What would we bid for shots like this? Nah, I'm just kidding.
Like this one's pretty good.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's pretty fun, right?
Yeah, that's an annoying little object track too, because the surfaces of that dryer are curved and funny. Those are pretty interesting.
Yeah, and he's posting these like once a week. So you should do something like this. Just post random.
I was thinking about doing that with these.
I mean, you kind of already are, but this is.
So now, while we continue the chat, so the next thing that I'm going to do now, because the shape is all locked in. So at this point, I'm going to go and refine the positions of these points. So all I'm going to do with this, and I do got to say, this is something where when I'm manually adjusting each point, I would so like in Syntheyes, you would take a tracker and you would stabilize it and make sure that it's working through the course of the shot. But Maya, you don't get that. And we have a script for it that we use at work, but I'm not going to use it here because most people don't have this in their Maya. So we're going to eyeball this each frame, which isn't a problem really. And also if it looks good to you watching like this, really for most shots, if they're fast moving like this one, there's no way for you to really even see if there's much error going on. And then there's those people online who try to debunk VFX and then they stabilize on things, and then you could see what people get away with in a lot of movies. It's crazy. There's a lot of dirty little tricks here and there.
There's a free stabilize on the internet.
There's a free one?
Yeah, I'll post it.
Yeah.
It's really good. Yeah. The
Okay,
guy
so
is really good.
so here's what I'm gonna do now. So refining this, I'm gonna start from each of the main corners, and I'm going to place a cluster. So I'm going to snap it here. And now on my keyboard, if you want to frame by frame in Maya easily, hold Alt and then use comma and period. Comma and period has those two arrows on it. I can't remember what those are called though. So Alt, period, and comma. And turn on, make sure your auto key is on. So now here, just for really frame by frame, you're going to come in and nudge this vertice back into position. And this part can tend to be a little tedious, so this is where I'm kind of happy that there's somebody else here to kind of hopefully talk and say some stuff. Because this part's a little bit boring, but it shouldn't take too long because I'm not going to go absurd detail for this stream. I'm going to do these corners like really fast, and then I'm going to just add maybe 1 or 2 divisions of detail just to show how it's going to go. What'd you say, Jared?
Nothing we do is boring. Come on, Kelvin.
Nervous laughter.
So
Laughter.
This tool, while you do your boring part, this tool is
I can mute you.
Well, this guy is doing or posting a bunch of scripts that he's doing. There's a bunch of tools in this toolbox, and all you do is you download the source code and you drag it into Maya, and it automatically installs and puts it into your hotkeys. So it's very, very cool. He has a stabilize in there, and he has a couple other things.
That's awesome.
A camera shift or a camera flipper, like a flipping through all your cameras, and a triangulate locator script, a bunch of stuff.
Something I want to say real quick about these clusters. The thing about clusters is that they are based on the world, and they're a little funny to work with. So as this object rotates, so now when I move this cluster, oh, interesting. It's gonna work differently now that I'm streaming this, huh? Wow, it's working differently. Okay, I don't know why it's working, but we're gonna roll with it. That makes things a lot faster for the stream. Okay, never mind. Sorry, you were saying about the scripts?
This is tracking. Everything is it's so technical. Everything always changes how we're doing stuff. So that's about our job. No, it's pretty good.
Have you tried it? Have you tried any of this out? Is it out? Did you say?
I was doing the stabilize script because I was talking to him about I was thanking him for pushing these scripts to like the community, because it's really, really nice of him to like make those scripts available for free.
Also put that links in Calvin Kingdom Discord server, so if anybody need it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I should also mention Discord. For anybody who cares, I am just kind of dipping my toes into Discord. I've been using it a lot lately. I've been jumping into like Hugo's desk and Keep Calm. I'm in VFX. Like these guys all have like fantastic communities built up and whatever. And Hugo here's. I didn't realize until a couple days ago that he was dropping he has a bot giving me a shout out. It's pretty awesome. But
automatically?
Yeah, automatically when I stream. It's weird that it says 0 viewers because it shows that we've now got 10 viewers. But yeah, it's so yeah, I'm gonna try and dip my toes into this. I haven't really done a whole lot on here yet, but yeah, we can post in like Yeah, I'll have to make a scripts or something here, and we can post that link. And so yeah, if anybody was interested in this Discord, and you can ask me any Match Move questions. And honestly, Jared, if you wanted to be in that, I can make you as a moderator. So if
Oh,
sometimes you wanted to poke around in it and answer people's questions, and they can message you if you want to allow it.
sabotage
And
you.
and also if anybody needed like any like really like they're super stuck in a shot, like I can actually remote and see your screen, and I can help give some advice and what to do and how to do your stuff.
Can we have
um
off?
what
Can we have a track off where we're both tracking the face and see who does it better fastest?
I think track off needs to be rethunk a bit. So yeah, I'm just gonna really quickly post a link here. Anyway, so okay, so yeah, there's the Discord in the chat for anybody who cares.
It'll be the track off group.
Why was that not the company name?
Track off.
What was this business with Ghost Tracker and Track VFX when we had Track Off?
Ghost Tracker is good, man.
But it's not Track Off.
It's not track off. We track off. We'll track off against anyone.
All right, fixing this in the corner here. Please, Dario's here too. Hi Dario. Streamlabs Studio, it's all in one package, Calvin. Yeah, I actually have Streamlabs. I used it once. It was a little tricky, so I'm gonna check the here at you. I'll learn Streamlabs a little bit more, and I'll try to use it for my next streams. Oh man.
Sorry. I lasted 30 minutes. Pretty good.
I might end up doing one half of this paper and leave the other half just to do by myself, because this will we're at 1.5 hours, and I want to try and cap this off at 2 hours, so we'll see how much we do within the next 15 minutes. So yeah, I might focus on one half of the page. And that's honestly all you really know, all you're really going to know, because all you need to know is that you can pin these corners with clusters, but you're free to add divisions. So if I go insert edge loop, nope, object mode. Wait. I can't do it now. If I go, oh, weird. Okay, whatever. So yeah, if you want to, okay, multicut. If you want to add in any divisions or loops, you are free to add in divisions that you can further add new clusters to and adjust. Like right now, what's kind of cool is that if I select like this cluster and move it, you can see that because of Maya history, it doesn't just move this edge. These new divisions interpolate between. So it's really nice if you got to make some gradual fixes, and then you can add a new cluster in between here. So we can go create cluster, and you can add some new animation. And what's awesome too about clusters is that when you delete them, the influence and the animation is gone. It's cleaner than selecting a vertice and hitting S on your keyboard, which keys everything, and it's a little dirty and hard to keep track of like this. We only do this for very small fixes. Oh, was that you? Are you still there?
Yeah, sorry. Is that loud whenever I mute myself?
No, it wasn't loud at all. I was just curious what the sound was.
Okay.
So I'm going to get rid of that point. And also I'm going to undo and get rid of these divisions.
Yeah, a lot of people get really scared about doing paper or doing any type of soft tracking.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's just very manual, and you just have to be careful because you're doing a building blocks for your final results. And if you screw up the initial structure, you're just gonna continue screwing up down the line.
Yeah, for me, my thing with deformation, doing stuff like this, is it's very freeing to me, because when you're doing a camera solve or an object solve, typically they have to be really perfect all over the place and they're rigid. But deformation, if something somewhere doesn't work, you're free to deform it and move different parts of it. of course, it comes with its own challenges. So yeah, I actually don't know how much. What's the toughest? Like, what's the scope of like deformations that you've done like before I started working with you? I'm just because I don't know any much at all about what you've done with, let's say, Maya and deformation.
I don't know. I'm. I don't know. There's always like random fixes that I have to do, but yeah, I don't really know. Faces. I'm trying to think what was. I don't know.
Are you in your kitchen or something?
No, I just got some food.
You gonna Uber Eats me some food?
Yeah, I'm gonna just come over.
No, you've got a dog. You've got a dog that I don't need to
Really?
jump over me
Okay.
and bark at strange, uh, transparent objects in space. His dog senses ghosts. It's impressive.
She does. Does that cut my voice off fast?
What?
Sierra was saying, or I think it was Sierra, someone was saying that whenever I talk, it cuts my voice off really fast. The noise dampening.
Yeah, the Discord sensitivity.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably your setting there.
Is it cutting my voice off right now?
Oh, so wait, something weird is happening here to my shot. Is your voice cutting off? Sorry, you want to speak again?
Yeah. Is it cutting off right now, or is it?
Yeah, it cut off for the last moment there.
Because it's still doing it? Is that better?
Sounds better.
Cool. Perfecto. Thank you.
So it looks like I did something to my shot, which I'm gonna hope is because I may have accidentally placed a key somewhere. So when I select the camera, there is a keyframe here, but I don't know what that is. I'm gonna get rid of that. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I accidentally rotated my camera. You want to lock your camera. I should have did that to start. Because if you have auto key on and you start to move your camera around, you're gonna start causing yourself problems. So I'm gonna select the camera, come over and lock everything. Oops. Lock. Okay, so that's working again. And let's see. Okay, here's this one part that I keyed thinking it was correct. That noise dampening is pretty good. It went dead silent on your end.
Nice.
Oh, wow! I got to turn auto key on again. that was stupid.
That way you can't hear me eat. Probably pretty annoying.
I
just want to relax and watch you work.
when I was wait, what?
Like I do every day, just sit and watch you work.
How often do you creep in on like a random little stream I do? Because I don't do anything with those. I just sit and do it for fun so I could practice for stuff like this. Do you ever just creepily drop in and not say anything and then leave?
No.
I think Michael does that all the time. I'm surprised there's no Michael here dropping a yeet in the chat. He's been doing that. He just drops in and leaves a yeet. Okay, so here I'm going to do this side. And let's try to push through these clusters as fast as I possibly can. I'm not gonna make them crazy perfect. If you have NVIDIA RTX series graphics card, then try RT. yeah, actually. Oh yeah, Jared can talk.
Yeah, thanks to Calvin, I got that installed.
All credit to me.
Yes.
So I'm gonna really fast skim through these and not do crazy perfection. If you want to make your track work really good, you're just gonna want to put in the time and make sure that per frame these don't pop around. So I'm just bringing these in really quickly. And if I feel the need to, when I do a render for this for the effect that I want to do, I'll go and make little corrections if I need to, but the corrections are not going to be anything special. It's literally just going to be grabbing these clusters and nudging these points where they should be. So yeah, blasting through. So how many track people are actually watching this? So we got Sierra, Dario, Kai, maybe Joel. We got Jared.
Everyone.
Grace. We got Grace. Almost forgot Grace.
So everyone can do paper tracks starting Monday.
Yeah, that's a requirement. I'm sorry to those who can't do it. I'm sorry to those who missed the stream and are going to be fired Monday.
Oh.
Don't feel bad. They need to keep up with the social medias.
Oh yeah, Sarah's here, huh?
Yeah, me too. I'll help track paper. Yeah. Sierra's got this. Well, Sierra's got this, man. Everybody else can just take the Monday off. Sierra's got it.
So the next tutorial will be Sierra talking.
That'd be fun to get Sierra in on one of these streams. Sierra, would you jump in on one of these? Everyone knows the best tracker in the office.
That's embarrassing.
She's a joker. She's a kidder, that one. And just to preface, yeah, she's not a tracking artist. Just so that doesn't sound too evil. Oh, I didn't take this corner the rest of the shot, I guess.
What do you mean rid off motion blur of paper?
How to rid off from motion blur out of that paper? Yeah, so you're not okay. So motion blur, you want motion blur. If you're shooting your own shot and you're gonna do your own effect on paper, don't increase the shutter thinking it's okay. This like the sharper your footage is, it's gonna make tracking easier. So don't try to get rid of motion blur. But you're not going to get rid of motion blur. But what you want to do is, when I get to that other point up top, you'll see what I'm going to do. I'm going to track the center of the blur. But yeah, don't shoot footage without motion blur because that makes your plate look very unrealistic. It looks choppy and it can end up coming out looking cheap.
And CG.
Yeah. Yeah, that's no motion blur. It's kind of funny because having no motion blur can definitely make your stuff feel CG because a lot of the time people skip motion blur because it increases your render time and it gets your shot out fast. So yeah, it's kind of a funny little thing there with motion blur. But yeah, don't get rid of motion blur. This is going to help sell your effect as well. And also what is kind of nice about motion blur is technically it helps hide a little bit of some mistakes if there are any. Because if there was no blur here and every single frame of this page flip had to be crystal perfect clear, that's a lot of work.
And we like to hide mistakes.
Shh.
Company secret.
I don't know if my RTX got rid of my shush, but I just shushed in the mic.
No, I heard you.
Whoa, I heard a voice. I heard somebody else's voice. What is that? Oh, we got Sierra. We got Sierra in the stream chat.
Sierra hijack.
I'm not hijacking.
That's good to hear. Sierra's not hijacking. Wait, did she go away?
I'm sorry. I accidentally stabbed myself. I couldn't hear what you said. What did you say?
What I said doesn't need to be repeated. I second guessed it when I said it.
Can someone write what Kelvin said in the chat?
That's maybe nobody do that.
Always get bullied.
Is Jared still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
No, he's gone.
So wait, Sierra, did you just jump in completely by accident, or what led to you jumping in here?
Well, I thought you asked me to join.
Oh yeah,
She was solo.
Wait, what?
because that was like, would you do it? Like, would you do it? So I was curious if you would be willing to jump in one time and just have fun.
Oh.
But I didn't expect you to actually jump in now. That's hilarious. How is your day going, Sierra? How's your shot tracking going?
Oh, I tracked some hard stuff today. I tracked I don't even know what I could track.
You drunk right now?
No. What's the hardest thing a person can track?
Don't ask Jared that, please.
Why?
Cause it's Jared. The hardest thing someone can track?
Yeah.
What's the hardest thing you've tracked, Jared? I think for me the hardest thing that I've Okay, if we're talking tracking, like point tracking and not solving or something. Man, I don't know if I can call this the toughest. There was a shot I did for a couple shots I did for Baywatch where the rock was swimming underwater and there was nothing to track. It was just camera looking up at some waves and caustics and water and stuff. I think I tracked a couple points and then had that rotate my camera, but it was mostly hand animation. I don't know if I would call that the hardest because I only tracked 2 points on it. Because it's weird to say that the hardest thing to track is something that has no points, because at that point you might just hand animate and do it by hand, and then it's a different kind of hard.
At least you had 1 point.
Update the Discord link about this about section because that link is invalid now. Oh, interesting. Oh yeah, and that's where I need a bot to occasionally repost that link for me. So I'm tossing in the Discord now. I don't imagine anybody new jumped in because I think it's been hovering at 10 viewers for a little while now. But for anybody who doesn't know, here's a Discord. I'm trying my hand at trying to set up as much of a little match move community as I can right here. So I'm going to start trying to post some educational resources and see if I can get some other people tacked on in there. Try to get some. Hopefully, I can get some 3DE users in there. And yeah, and all that other programs. Jared, get exit, please.
Boo.
Jared doing his sheep impersonation.
No.
Ghost sheep. So where was I? I gotta finish up this point real fast. Okay, I'm gonna continue on this really fast fix now. Because I think I sat in here and did nothing for the past couple minutes. So, oh, oh man, who do I contact to pass in my resignation, my letter of resignation?
Throw that in trash.
Oh no! Once you start working for Track VFX, you don't just leave, you're let go.
You get to jump out the window.
You can't just leave yourself. Have fun jumping out the window of our studio. We're on a ground floor. You're gonna fall. You're gonna fall 2 feet. Okay, so this point, very crudely done, very fast. Ooh, that part is gross. I left a big gap there. I didn't even. Wow.
How long would this shot normally take?
This shot normally. Okay, this is gonna depend on the divisions. I'm still bad at judging the time for Geo, but here's kind of what I do. If you're working in a studio, a lot of people are going to want to ask you how long something's gonna take, and they might even come in with an understanding of how long something should take. Vishnav, in which VC are you? In Discord, your voice chat channel is empty. We're actually not in that server chat, just because that one's just going to be for us. I'm not great at making permissions in Discord to make a private like stream chat, because in the future I might actually get some people to jump in and actually talk and ask questions. But for this case, we're just kind of on our own separate channel. But yeah, that's a good point. I'm gonna try set that up in the future and have some people ask some questions. What, Jared?
That'd be fun.
Speak up, boy. It would be fun. That would be a lot of fun. New questions are always exciting to answer. Okay, at this point, I'm just going to leave. This point up here, I had a cluster, and look, I only did the beginning, and then I started doing another point. Always see your work through. Don't do something halfway, because you're going to forget it later. Like me. So I'm going to fix this point, and this point, I'm not going to put much time on, but I'm going to put just a couple very spaced keys to fit this edge to this corner, and then I'm going to add a couple divisions of detail to this paper and try to finish this up roughly. And yeah, just to close this out, because I don't want to be doing this forever. And Jared has plans, he told me.
I got no plans.
What a lie.
I got no plans. My plans are done.
What does a weekend for Jared right now look like? Since you can't take up space around the office, you just kind of loom in your own office space in your apartment.
No, I went to the office and took up the space. Nothing's changing.
Took up the space.
Took up the space. It's so sad to see an empty office. Well, there was only a couple of people there, but quiet.
Is Sierra still here? Did she leave? Hi, Sierra.
Hi.
For a second, I thought you were Grace. It was
Why?
because your mic sensitivity went way down.
Oh.
Yeah, when you
Hi,
first
better?
were yelling.
Like I was very used to hearing Grace's mic.
Grace.
Grace is very soft-spoken. Sierra is not.
What do you mean? Wait, is
She's-
this channel channel family friendly?
I want it to be, but I'm not. But I don't care if you curse and crap and whatever.
Oh, I don't do that.
Yeah, because
I
like. Yeah, that's
Family friendly, Sierra.
I got you. I never swear though. Everyone knows that.
It was like the third day you swore.
That's true. No, it's not the third day, it's the second week.
We told you, and you still showed up to work.
Wait, what?
Okay, so got a question here. After doing this tracking, you will model your paper and I like the wording. Sounds like a demand. You will model your paper in texture, lighting, and render, then composite the Roto plus render passes, right? Yeah, I'm gonna go through the shot. We're not gonna like this one we put up on track on LinkedIn. I don't know if we really got many people from LinkedIn at all, because we don't really. I got to get better and faster at setting up these streams beforehand so I could announce them faster. Also, I don't know if Joel's in here, but we should post the actual video and not the little LinkedIn link for the stream, because it actually took me a second to find out how to get into the stream from the LinkedIn post. Sierra has an admirer. Don't tell Sierra her voice is cute. Don't tell her. Don't believe it, Sierra. He's lying.
It's true, I know it. I knew it. See, I don't ever swear.
And now we got to hear about it at work when we all work together again. She's gonna be coming into the office and, oh, my voice is so cute.
because I talk like that, right? I'm gonna make myself a certificate in the office. I'm gonna put it on my desk.
Here lies a cute voice.
Thank you so much, by the way. I'll take that.
Grace with the purple hearts.
Grace, can you join the chat when I hear your voice? Me flirting with Grace in public.
Calvin, are you moving the the cluster up and down, or are you just free
I'm
ball?
free balling it. Clusters. So here's the weird thing about this, and this might make so clusters. Oh, let me get right way up. So if I make a, let's make a no, let's make a sphere. So if I make a sphere, here's the weird thing with clusters. And normally I wouldn't move clusters like freely from the camera because they tend to do something like this. So if I go and grab some vertices, make a cluster, and now from the camera's perspective, this looks pretty good. This looks normal. It's doing what it should. But once this object rotates, and now when I move this cluster, it doesn't see, because it's going off the space of the object. There are fixes for this apparently, except we haven't gotten them working for specific things that I want this to work for. There are scripts like sticky clusters and stuff that actually fixes this. But yeah, I don't know. There's certain cases where all things bug out, and yeah, so for some reason, and I'd imagine because this mesh doesn't actually have any transforms, it's static here. So this isn't moving. So I'm allowed to move that cluster from the camera's perspective no matter how this object rotates. Is clusters messed up with your topology? Yes. So clusters, I'm guessing you're talking about how these control points are sitting out in space. They just kind of sit where they want. They just do what they do. Clusters are not really, they're not fun half the time. So I'm going to get rid of that. And what have I done so far? Okay, so I fixed 3 corners. So we're pretty close to done. How long have we been going? We're at 2 hours. Okay, we're going to finish this up here. So I'm going to come to this point. Also, when I finish this up, I will add a bunch of divisions and show you what kind of quality may be expected of this. So I'm just going to add one more really fast cluster to fit this corner in for a couple large frames here.
If you're adding a vertice animation for one and then do cluster animation for the other, does that screw things up?
No, clusters you can always layer on top of previously influenced vertices, which I will actually be doing in a moment too.
It's just cleaner to use clusters because
clusters. It's not, because it's easy to get rid of them, and it's easier. Like that's the problem with if we make a sphere. Here's a way that you can animate your vertices if you want to be really fast and sloppy. So let's say I have a lot of points, and if I hit S on my keyboard, you've placed a key, and now you can start animating like this. But if let's say now I've got to match move this part, like maybe this is someone's cheek and this is higher up their cheek. So now I come in, I want to make some points, but we've gotten some of those vertices that have been keyed here. So you can see now we've got right away, just with one key, look at how bad this got. And that's very, very destructive with just a couple different selections. You've screwed yourself before you started. You've had a pre-screwing. Oh yeah, that stupid little horse.
Undo once. Undo once.
This?
One more. Flat horse. That one. Yeah, that's the horse. Yeah. Or the dinosaur.
Get a quick Oh, that doesn't look as good as I thought it would. Okay, we'll get rid of that. Looks like a mouse.
A mouse.
Okay, so here now I've done 3 of the corners. And now, so here's where if you want extra detail, because now this is where you start to see the folds in the paper start to come into place. So you need some more resolution. So here's what you would do. So you can now start to add in some more loops, and I'll take a vertex here, give it another cluster, and now I'll bring it down. And now you're just getting these new edges. Also, keep in mind, watch your wireframe. So that I'm lining this up with the M right now. So it's crossing with the M. Ooh, I was actually off a little bit there, but you get the picture. And we'll come out this way. And we got this more big bend up here. And now that we're at the other side of the paper, I'm just kind of making sure that I'm watching this corner because it's closest to my edge. Making sure that this sticks. This type of method is only work for paper if you have cloth or a t-shirt or something like that. Actually, I do this a lot for clothing. I even if we're doing full body stuff and you have a rigged character that you would match up, you could still use clusters to kind of fit corners and contours and whatever and fit the model better. So this isn't just paper, except paper right now, this is the easiest way to do the paper that I find. But yeah, clusters, you can use it on any mesh in any circumstance. What did you eat, Jared?
Eating some cauliflower and mushrooms and potatoes.
What's kind of nice about Track VFX is that we don't have to mow the lawn. It's always being eaten by Jared. He's a vegan, lol.
But I don't look like it.
As you've described to me a few minutes ago, yeah, I'd imagine you don't look like a vegan at the moment.
I look like a very fat vegan.
I'm not gonna say I agree with
But we
that.
don't body shame. Sierra.
What are you calling me out for?
Okay, so we're back onto the other part of the shot where we see the side of the paper again. So I'm just making sure that we're lined up to this M.
Make sure it's tracking. Are you not checking? Would you ever have like the other perspective window on the other camera just to see that the you're not moving the vertices in a crazy weird way?
So a shot like this, I described at the beginning that this is a shot where, since it's 2D, this is going to be used for a 2D render. It's going to have some funny stuff, but again, this is flimsy paper. It's doing weird stuff, as you can see. But the paper is also being bent around and stuff. Also, this part of the shot, I haven't deformed this. But yeah, it's gonna do some things.
This
Also,
is called
yeah, it's also gonna look extra worse, like right here, because this is also where I really rushed one of the points. But yeah, this is 2D, so I don't care. But if you were doing this in 3D, if they needed some effects work, like if maybe you have some stimulated water or sparks that are gonna come and bounce off this paper, you're gonna want your paper to have more of a realistic shape. So you're gonna want to. Jared brings up a really good point. So for a frame like this, which point is this? So when I match this, I might want to watch it here, make sure it doesn't stretch way out. I'll watch it in space, and then I'll move it in a more correct fashion to find its position. Right now, I have some weird influence on here, so I don't know what's going on. But yeah, you kind of want to sometimes watch your side view and just make sure that things are rotating in a cleaner fashion. But for the most part, you could see our paper is doing what it should. But that's because at the beginning, I started with that initial cluster and made the fold. So we do have the general proper move right here. Round is a shape. I just saw the chat. Wait, I missed a couple chat messages. Here, anyone tried /8 any types of Indian food.
Yes, man,
I'm
biryani.
I am so picky with food. I need to get much more into Indian food because all the Indian food I've had is delicious. I need to be more. I need to experiment more.
He's very, very picky.
Yeah,
But he's had Indian food, meaning he's had white rice from an Indian restaurant.
you know what's funny is that I went to a dosa factory, and
Okay.
I immediately just went for butter chicken, obviously. But what's funny is that the menu they've it's the only menu item in this massive list of dishes that's highlighted yellow for white people to find it.
Yeah, white people choose this.
It's so funny.
Did you like it?
Who doesn't like butter chicken?
Oh, that's creepy. Why did you get so loud?
I got close to the mic.
Okay. What part of India are you from? Vaishnav.
Okay, so here, while Vishnav is responding to Jared,
Nice.
so here, let's go and fix the back point here, and then I'll do one other division, or one or two other divisions on this, and then at that point, I think people have kind of got the point. Mumbai, west side of Mumbai, west side of India. Nice. Where is cluster?
You could just stream all night and then just upload the different versions. And if people want to see long form, I was talking to Joel about this. Is it maybe we can have have on YouTube, we can have just a category of like the, what is it called, the Joe Rogan of tracking, the 3 hours of tracking, the long form video or training.
Yeah, that's actually what I was planning on doing. I actually mentioned that to Joel as well. We got to make a separate YouTube channel because these live streams going onto our channel is getting a little messy, and I want the actual thought out tutorials to stand out. And then also I'm going to be doing shorter bits and shorter tips and tricks and short, like not full shots, but actually separating things out properly so that they're not an hour-long video like I've been doing.
Yeah.
Like
or maybe
those, like the video. Oh, sorry.
Maybe we can have like cut these down to the meat of it, and then and people can watch the long form or people can watch the short form, whatever they want. Condensed or
from Bollywood.
nice.
Does anybody? I wonder if people in the chat, and again, I don't know how many people are in the chat are people that we don't know, but we have a YouTube channel, and I'm saying this because I think Vishnav found us from Hugo's desk. So, and I don't think I've put this anywhere, but we have a YouTube channel, and here we've got stuff like basic camera solve, and it's as basic as I can possibly get. There's 2D trackers for beginners, object solve, and like in here I even went through and did a little bit of on how to deform a slug. So there's a little bit of this stuff online. I really like the slug. The slug one was fun. This one turned out cool.
I watched it and I was like, how is it gonna do this part to this part? But then it was it ended up being a lot more simple than I thought it was gonna. I thought you were gonna have to really animate the depth, but it kind of worked out nicely. Or even, but I was thinking that you could have even object tracked this instead of doing a full mesh deformation, then do mesh deformation on top of the object track to get like a general good movement.
Yeah, I thought about doing that too as an object track. But then I don't know, this one, if I remember correctly in the video, I just kind of, unless this one I just knew what I can't remember if I knew what I was doing when I went into this. Half the time you track a shot and you realize that your thoughts just kind of get tossed out the window and you got to do something new.
No, that's creepy looking.
It looks like a sentient banana. I can't get over how much it looks like a banana.
That's the growth of a banana.
Make highlights from long live streams for YouTube. Man, I don't want to go through the whole live streams and look for bits.
I'll do it.
Yeah,
Jared.
Jared.
I'll do it on your face of all the different funny faces you make throughout the videos.
Oh, I'm gonna be real sad, and I know this is gonna start a little war. Probably, I know some people are gonna now try and find snippets of my face. Unfortunately, oh, I don't want that. I don't consent.
Your face is too small. It's hard to zoom in on it. That was an insult.
Watch,
Okay,
watch.
that's fair.
Did you see my face cam, Jared?
Yeah, that's all I'm watching.
On Twitch?
Yeah, no, I just have it like zoomed in your face.
um, sorry.
What are we even doing here? Are we?
Oh yeah, let me finish this off real quick. So
Okay.
just a oh yeah, I was doing the back point here. So yeah, at this point I'm just doing these points really roughly because we've got the main stuff out of the way. Really, your track is gonna look as good as you want it to be because here you can see this crosshair, the wireframe. All this stuff still slides. So you just got to go frame by frame and just check it, monitor it. Usually, if you spend more time on the surrounding points first before you start to add divisions, your inner divisions aren't going to pop around as much. Get the big giant areas clean, and all the in-betweens are going to be that much closer, and it's less work the more divisions that you add. So yeah, the more divisions, yeah, you got to cluster and tweak more points. But if you make all the starting points good as you go along, it's less work as you go down the chain. Yeah. So let's add a division going this way. I'm just going to quickly add in a couple loops and sloppily do them. And then I'm going to show how I might finalize this mesh for like nuke or whatever you want to do this in. So I'm going to come in multi-cut, add a point, let's say here, and let's just see what this does. I'm going to add a cluster even though I don't know if it's bad or not. It probably is bad. Read the cluster. So I'm going to remember this point is somewhere on this line. Bring it up. What was in the chat? Yeah, it will be efficient, smart work. Yeah, it's definitely make sure if you skimp out and be really cheap when you start out, it all the pops and slides that happen because like I said, these clusters up here that won't select for some reason. Oh, I'm in object mode. So this point here, you could see that it influences all the vertices that I've added later. So if this pops, then, you know, everything else pops. But what's a shame is that if you go and do all this work on these inner vertices and realize, oh, you should have fixed this corner, you can't just fix this one. You now have to add a new cluster on top and see now you can influence it, and then this cluster will still do that stuff. So yeah, you would have to introduce yet another cluster into this, which isn't the biggest problem. I actually do that all the time.
Yeah, but the biggest thing is making sure that you're not rushing this beginning part because this is the core, and usually it's a good idea to have someone else check it and say, hey, do you see any sliding? Do you see any popping before you go into the next step? Because some clients or even supervisors or whatever will stabilize on your work and see that it's popping a lot, and you've already gone so far, and you're going to get more pissed off if you have to fix it.
Yeah.
Calvin.
Jared. Ignore Jared.
But this is looking pretty good.
Yeah, so you could see there's a lot of little jello-y parts in the middle, but again, that's because I've shown you how you got to do this. These points are going to be as good as you want them to be because you're just going to go frame by frame and you're just going to carefully make sure that each vertice sticks to the point. So it's as good as the amount of time that you're going to put into it. So like this again is for a stream. There's a little bit of jelloing stuff going on. It looks funny. But let's say we were going to finish this. let's see this point. Oh. Yeah, let's say we were going to finish this. So let's, typically I would by now have a good number of vertices going on. So we might have something for the paper like this, it might end up being a resolution close to this in the end.
Yeah, because once you track the big sections, you put another edge in, see if that edge slides, and you just keep fixing that edge, fixing those vertices, and if that you add a new edge, and if it doesn't slide, then you can just delete that edge and be done.
Yeah. Here, if I wanted to, I can select points like this, and I can... sorry. So here, if I selected all these points in the middle, and I can... Oh, weird. So I've added a point. I've added a point, and now I can come into Paint, Cluster 9, and if I go into Shaded View, I could see... Oh, man. Wait, sorry. For some reason, I got really dizzy. That's not good. Hey, 1 second. 1 second. I'm just going to pause the stream for a moment. BRB and B. Okay, sound should be back up and everything's back. For some reason, sorry, I just got dizzy for whatever, so I just stood up for a moment. That's actually a really good thing to say about VFX, and if anybody watches Hugo's Desk, he talks a lot about standing up frequently, taking breaks, walking around. It's not good for your spine. It's just generally not good for you. So yeah, I got up. I feel better. I did a little bit of movements and stuff. So let's finish this off real quick. So here I have this paper, and I'm going to hit... I added a point in the center, which for some reason I can't select it. So now I have it here. If I right click, go to Paint, Cluster, and Cluster 9, you can see we have the weights that I painted. So what's kind of cool is if I can come in and flood the smooth, and now this point, if I hit 4, you could see now I can make a much more gradual kind of adjustment to these points. And I'm doing this now because I don't want to adjust so many points individually. So I can just watch this paper and see how it's moving as a whole. I didn't keep this point. It wasn't animating. My bad.
Sorry.
And so this is going... let's see. This is looking pretty good. Okay, gap here, and I could still see this little whatever ball or whatever that is. Also, you can kind of see we can fit the back of the paper here too, which is awesome. All right, now we'll finish this off in the other direction. Also, for anybody who doesn't know, I don't know if I mentioned this, but if you hit Alt, when you're holding Alt to go frame by frame like this, you hold Alt and hit period and comma, and it lets you go frame by frame. And if you don't hold Alt, period and comma will let you jump between keys. So here's a cool thing with Alt. When you hold Alt and hit the arrow keys, not the numpad, the arrow keys, you can nudge left to right. You can nudge the same way you would nudge a tracker in Syntheyes or whatever program, rather than moving your mouse all the time. So I'm going to do that for this point for quick, fine movements. And now that things are moving a little faster, I'm just going to come in with the mouse and finish this up. Something I didn't really finish answering earlier that Jared asked about how long a shot like this might take. A shot like this might take you a day and a half. So like 12 hours or something, working hours. And that's really dependent on, because you just got to take into account that each point, think about how long it takes you to manually adjust one point through this time range. And then just kind of try to picture in your head as best as you can. You're going to do that ×4 for each corner of a paper. And then you're going to add a division, which means you're probably going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 more times. And you can kind of roughly figure out a time because it's nudging. It's not hard to nudge. It's not like nudging suddenly gets harder on some frames. You can usually see the detail and bring your tracker to it. So you can kind of figure out a time like that. It's just kind of tough because it's hard for you to actually tell how many divisions you're going to be adding. It's hard to tell how much detail you're really going to need. So yeah, that was a thing.
Yeah, it's very difficult to judge time on some of these things, but you'll have to do it.
Yeah.
Try to give yourself.
So paper like this, I kind of figured this was going to be a while, but I don't want to make the stream last forever. But this is really how you're going to do it. Start off with a plane, work in the corners as close as you can, and then just add a division, add new clusters and work those in between points. And once those are perfect, then add another division. And if you feel that you don't have enough quality, just add another division. And just like, you don't need an absurd amount of polygons. You just need it to be, I don't want to say you just need it to be good enough because that sounds wrong. You want it to be good. You just need to have enough polys to account for how bent your paper is going to be. Yeah, I don't know if that was a good way to put it. But anyway, so this paper, so let's pretend this is done now. Let's pretend we've got all the resolution. We spent all the time on every subdivision and cut. Again, it's not perfect. Something like this might take you a day and a half if you're going to make it 100%. So here's what I would do to finalize this. So a mesh like this, we started out with a plane. So fortunately, this mesh actually has UVs. But there's times where you might be adding in geometry. Like here, if I extruded an edge, you could see that this edge actually follows the geometry. And that's actually something I love about Maya history and working on match move like this, because you can do weird stuff with this, man. Like you can like take all these faces, extrude them in, disconnect, and then disconnect. Like you can make all these cool little patterns, and you can do some really cool, like if you wanted to have a holographic display and fold it out, you can have your geo pop out like this, or you can wrap deform your holograms to this mesh. You can do a lot of really cool things with it. So I'm going to undo this garbage. And now, yeah, so let's pretend we want this mesh UV'd and you want this mesh to be finaled and without all these clusters hanging around. In this case, because this mesh it has no animation on the translations and stuff, you could just bake all these to control points. So you could come up to edit, keys, bake simulation, options, and you're going to, hold on, I'm going to reset settings just to So yeah, settings are reset. So all you'd want to change is control points. So what control points is going to do for you is now if I wanted to get, I think all the clusters deleted themselves anyway. So if I'm just going to get rid of everything for now. So yeah, now this mesh is working without, also there's keys here. I'm just going to blast these away. Break connection. So this mesh, the animation is baked per vertice. So you can see all this. I can select all the points, open up the graph editor, and you can see all the animation. And I can rotate this and move it around if I wanted to. The other, like if I did a lot more stuff to this, I might duplicate this mesh. So I have this duplicate and I'll isolate it. So now I have this mesh. And if I needed to, I can start to map its UVs. Oh, I hit automatic, my bad. We could go, and I lost it. Mapping, camera-based projection. So now we have this object UV, and I can come up to Windows. Sorry, UV. I forgot what UV is now. UV editor. So that opened up on my other screen. So here we have this crude thing, and you can do what you want with these UVs and whatever, make them look clean and pretty. And then this mesh has no history. So I'm going to delete history and has no history on it, no clusters or anything. So this mesh is very clean. So all I'm going to do is select the old mesh. I'm going to select our new mesh and then the old one. And I'm going to go to form, wrap. And now we have this. So we have our mesh. So our old mesh has all this history from like all the modeling and all the cluster work. And that's pretty messy and dense. So I have this new mesh that I've wrapped deformed to the old mesh. It's doing the exact same stuff, but it really has like no history here. And we've UV'd it and whatever, so you can bake this again and keep it whatever. And yeah, so once you've baked this mesh, I can come up to keys, bake simulation. It's there. So now all the vertices are keyed, and this mesh and your camera. I export these separately, but you can come up to cache, Alembic cache, export Alembic, and then it'll write out each frame of this, and you can drop it into Nuke with a read geo and stuff. And yeah, we'll see. I might go ahead and do the whole Nuke process in another stream on some other night if I feel up to it. And yeah, so that's kind of it, really. And I kind of glossed through that very quick because it is late and I feel dizzy. So does anybody watching have any questions?
No, I think that's
not you.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, what did you say?
I think it looks pretty good. I think the main thing is just making sure that you put enough time into the points and making sure that the points are pretty good. At this level, you did go a little too far putting the divisions in here because you were just explaining it, but you would definitely spend more time on the outer ring before you went inside.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. That's really it. Spend the time on your points before you go into new divisions. And then only add the amount of divisions that you truly need. If your paper bends, add a division. If there's still some curvature that doesn't work with your resolution, add a division. But only move on when your existing points look awesome. So yeah, bye-bye. We'll join you later. Cool. See ya, Vishnavi's probably gone already. Oh no, there's 10 viewers. He might still be here. But yeah, thank you for commenting and chatting with us. Is Sierra still on the line? That's impressive if she is.
Yes, I am.
No, that's Grace. Did you say hi to Quentin for me?
You want to say hi to Kelvin?
I was scared.
He's like, no.
Hello. Okay, so yeah, that's about it then. And I guess we can just wrap this up. So
Nice.
thank you for watching.
Thank you, Kelvin.
And thank you for keeping me company. All right.
All right. Have a good night.
Cool. I'm stopping this. Have a good one.